Good morning. Good morning, everyone. And we're also now live on YouTube. And we're going to give folks here during the holidays a little chance to see a little bit more about what we're doing. We've been pretty busy lately, and we hope you're having a good Thanksgiving week. And if you have any questions about who we are, what we're about, we invite you to look at the website. And bear with me a moment. That's a good question, Jeff. Could we add this cell color? Um, you know, I don't see why not. It would be running on time, but Ben was asking us too to create radars for Mod K as well, and also, and so maybe we do kick point too. I do think we'll be adding a lot more radars this year, so I'm going to make a note on it, Jeff. Yeah, thank you for sure. I think we could. And we're just speaking for those that might be passing by on YouTube. We keep a live Zoom open every day for our members. We don't run a trading room per se, we don't, but we're accessible to offer any kind of technical support that they might need. So it's not like, they know where we are and where to reach us, and we try to be very accessible. We're just creating some Twitter announcements here so that folks know that we're here. We don't really advertise other than a little bit on Twitter. I mean, that's so if you find us, it's somewhat of a miracle. I'll just share with everybody that might be passing by on YouTube. Maybe it's best to start about who we are not. I'm not a broker. I'm not a financial advisor. We're not making specific recommendations to buy or sell anything, and we're not making any claims. Now, we haven't been here for 6 days, 6 weeks, 6 months. We've been here a long time. Susan and I have been doing this since the early 2000s, before Twitter even existed. Stock Market Caddy came out of the ground, I want to say a few months before Twitter even came out of the ground. So you might be asking, well, then what the hell do you do, baggard on, if you don't do any of that? That's what everyone else does. We do something much more valuable. We do two things. One, we teach you how we go about trading the markets in a mechanical, robotic fashion so that you can do it, so that you can play your game, not mine, not someone else's. I'm not going to play the game for you. You're going to play it. Much more fun. And then the second thing that we're going to do is, if you're a monthly member, you're going to get to see our tools on a nightly basis. And if you're like Ben is one of our more recent members. He joined as a monthly back a few months ago and then said, you know something, Don, I think I want to have these tools on my desktop. And he went through what we call a Q school. And if you look at some of the videos, you'll see his scoring. And then when you become an annual member, you get everything, not just the swing machine, not just the kick point. You get about 70 of them. In fact, my nose is going to be buried into what we call our development site, and I've got to be getting these tools out to Ben. Takes us, Ben, bear with me if you're listening. And so that's kind of who we are, what we're about. We are a mentoring site for those folks that want to learn to trade their game. Be sure to visit the site. If you have any questions, you can email us. And if you still have questions and you want to call, you're welcome to call any day, weekends, holidays, doesn't matter, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 813-758-8263. We wish you the best. And this is a beautiful thing right now, all robotic. And for the folks that are watching on YouTube, if there's any folks, there might be, but or they might be passing through. You can see the machine made a quick change and took her profit and is now short. This strategy has been running since Sunday night. We have intervened a couple of places. What I mean by that is mechanically, I actually went in and took a couple of profits, but not much. And she is to the good about well, to the good, running a profit factor of about 2 to 1, which means that she has been making for us at least this week. There's no guarantees. There's not making any claims. We can't do that, and we don't. That put a little arrow here that we're making about $2 for every dollar we expend, which is a beautiful thing. Good morning, Parker. How are you? Good stuff. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody, and got all kinds of things we're working on, and all kinds of good things coming, Parker. So just know that. And very, very good. Very good. Parker says been raking it in. Yeah, very smooth. Yeah, it's been beautiful. Been beautiful. Beautiful trading. It's gonna be around. It's not, I don't see the volatility less next year. No. Nope. The other thing, Parker, is you're settling in, so don't sell yourself short by any means. You're getting comfortable, and that's a beautiful thing. I want everyone to know here and it's fine if there may be some folks passing through on YouTube. We have some very nice gentlemen that just complete. Well, one is completed, the other is completing. And we have another gentleman getting started too, but on Q School. And whenever we do the Q Schools, it is a beautiful thing because our focus is to pass on in the information and the education to them, but we learn. We get better each time. We learn different things. The person going through sees different things, and we are working on a prototype right now. And if Ben is out there listening, I don't see him in the room right now. Ben started trading swing machine in a fashion that, to my knowledge, that I had never done, which is kind of crazy because it's in front of us for years. And that I don't know that others may have been doing it. But basically, he was trading it very aggressively with the dips and the rips. I'm not going to get into an explanation here and now. We will for our members. So he's asked us to create a beta strategy, which is what we are doing now. One of the things we're working on a number of things. And we just wanted to vet this and see it for ourselves. And I'm happy to say it tested out really, and he did this mechanically, and he did pretty good at it. And so we think we've got it somewhat written. Let's take a look at this. Okay, sorry, she's pulled back a little bit. So she's an active trader. And in the background today, it's not going into the account. We see a couple of oddities to it that we might want to try to work around, but she has had 74 trades. That's a lot of trading, right? Pretty active on a 1-minute level, and she's netted $915. She did have a high watermark of 1,700. The performance is narrow. It's at 1.22. And but pretty profitable and a high winning percentage, like 67%. So bear with us. We will have this in a beta form for Ben and for those annual members that are interested in the beta. We're going to have that. And then we're also, there's another gentleman, IL, and he's been doing something on point and figure that I don't think we've been doing. I don't think I've been doing it. Really interesting. He's doing really well. He's doing really well. He's been profitable every day. I hope he's profitable again today. I suspect he will be. We'll be talking with him later today, and pin down if he's still doing that exact approach. I'm going to discuss it with him, and we're going to try to write a beta for him, and that would be a point and figure beta for everyone else too. And I think it's a really interesting, but it's something we haven't done, which is absolutely crazy that we have so many people and so many eyes on so many things, and that there's always something new. It sometimes, and it's like, sometimes just like, well, why didn't we do that? I, so we will hopefully act as a catalyst and share all that. Um, there's Ben. Ben, how are you? Yeah, it's um well, thank you, Parker. Excuse me. Good to see you, Ben. Yeah, we have it running, Ben, in the background. I got to get your files out to you. So I got to stay focused and get that first. But I was so eager to have this. One of the things it's doing, it's repeating the orders, but it is profitable. It is profitable. And the back tests look really good, Ben. Um, the other thing that we want to work on, and I'll just say this, Ben asked us about getting Mod K into a radar. I think that we can do that. I think that would be really interesting. And so we're going to be working on that. I think the radars are really going to grow next year. And then just by chance, what that subject came up. Jeff is here as well. These are our members, folks. That are, if there are folks passing through on YouTube. And then Jeff asked, now this is running on a price bar, right? Anybody wants to know the specific settings, the annual members want to know that are passing by, want to know exactly what this is, let me know and I'll tell you. Um, but this is running SMC Kickpoint. Can we put Kickpoint into a radar? I think we can. It'll be on time. Could be really interesting. We haven't done it. So we got a lot of stuff to do. We got a lot of stuff, which is great. It's great. Um, so all good, all good. Keep us posted. Um, I want to maintain everyone's privacy. Ben had a great Q school. Park is doing well. Everyone's doing, to our knowledge, well. We hope so, anyways. If you're within the sound of my voice um, and you're an annual member and you're not, don't hesitate to reach out. There's always something that we can glean, and we can't promise outcomes, but we can promise you at least a different perspective. But IL, God, he's doing great, right? He's doing great. And this is a gentleman that had been trading for a couple of years, and he was just frank when he learned about profit factor, and he said, it's not been good, Don. I'm like 0.4, zero point 0.5. And so he was kind of down about it. So when he started his Q school back a few weeks ago, we left him alone for a couple of days to let him do what he had been doing. We wanted to see, and he ran a profit factor of 0.4, zero point 0.5. So we stopped, had a detailed conversation and in detailed specifics of what we asked them to do. We needed to get that profit factor to 1 minimum, right? But that's what was our goal. And we shared this with IL, and he very well may be listening. Within a couple of days, he got the profit factor to 1. And now his confidence, I mean, he's just breaking even at this point. And he's like, okay, well, it's better than losing, right? So if you're below 1, you're losing. And then we got into the meat of some things, and we had some specifics, and then his profit factor gets to 1.5. Then it gets to 2. Then it gets to 3. Then it gets to 5. Then it got to 57. And then it got to over 60. He's like, what? That means he's making, 57 and $60 for every dollar expended. Now, yesterday he made money, like, and he said, it was kind of rough, Don. It was kind of rough. He had a profit factor of 1.5, but he has not had one day. Now, could happen. It will happen. I'm not saying, but he's not had for the last couple of weeks. He's not had a single day where he's had a profit factor below one. And equally, I will share this with you too. Is he was trading point and figure, which we've had thousands of eyes on it, thousands of hours, incredible. And he sent me something. They said, I've been doing this and that and that and this. And I'm like, In fact, I want to talk to him about it today. And I'm like, I don't think I've ever done that. In fact, I haven't. And I'm like, well, why didn't we ever think of that? So I don't know. I don't know. And that's the thing. I don't know yet what he may have stumbled into. No, I don't want to say stumbled into, but um, but it looks really interesting. So what will we do with that? I'm going to review it with him today. We didn't get a chance yesterday. The other last time we were together, we were talking options. We will write a code, and then we will test it, and then we will get it out in beta version. So I guess the thing is that what I want to share with everybody that we did not know when we started to do the Q School, we were focused on imparting the education. What we didn't know was what it was going to mean to us. We learn, and I'm humbled by it. It's great. It just makes us better. It just is a great thing. So we wish everyone a good Thanksgiving. Parker, good. Thank you for the feedback. Ben, thank you. We really do. I say this to everybody too. Everyone that comes to us monthly, annual, I sincerely want everyone to do well. I do care, but I don't intrude. Right. So this is for folks that may be passing by. I don't intrude. I don't think that trading should get in front of much of anything in life. Family first, other careers first. I'm not a person that thinks eat, breathe, sleep trading. I don't. I think it for us, it is a business of creating cash flow so that we can do other things. I'm here a lot because I want to be. I like it. It's challenging. It's dynamic, and I just like it. So I'm doing exactly what I like to do. I have to find time to go play golf and go fly fishing. I gotta find some time. But I am doing what I want to do. And I think that's a big part of it too. If it is something that you love to do and a passion, it'll be that much easier. But we don't intrude, and but we do have these live Zoom feeds and phones and emails. We're always available for members to from a technical support standpoint, right? So we don't disappear. So I just want everyone, as we wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. We're always thinking of folks, but there are times that I haven't really ever done it with trading, but I have done it with golf. I've gotten really frustrated with golf at times, and I'll just take the clubs and hang them up on the wall. But then I'll take the babies down and take them out and get reconnected again. That can happen in trade. It's never happened to me in trading though. It hasn't. I just get more determined. But it might happen to you. And if it does happen, you don't want to be getting phone calls from somebody, and so that's why I never intrude, right? I don't intrude, but we think of everybody. And for those of you that are passing by on YouTube, if you're getting it done with what you're doing, congratulations, bottle it and keep doing it. Just keep doing it. Repeat what works. If you're not getting it done, the best thing I can share with you. I'm not saying to necessarily come to us. I'm not, but I think the best thing is to stop. Just full stop. Full stop. Look, listen, look around, think about what you've been doing, think about what you're trying to do, and get an education from someone. There are people out there that are playing really good golf. There are people out there flying airplanes and scuba diving. Um, and there are people out here trading. It is a it is one of those I don't want to say risky, but it has an element of risk to it for sure. It certainly does. But there are things that we're constantly doing to mitigate that, right? And to reduce those emotions. So if any of this resonates with you, visit our site, think about it, go slow, send us your questions, and you're also welcome to call. And if you think about our memberships, the way they're structured, and we try to slow it all down. We're not hammering anyone to join, or we're just not. I don't like it when it's done to me, and I don't want to do that to anybody. So, any case, this baby is cooking. Now, I could intervene here. I could. I'm not going to. I'm going to just let this run its course here. Yeah, she looks it, doesn't it? It looks this kick point, share this. This reminds me of a match tip. When it's red, you don't she is short. You don't have to be short. Um, but when it's red, it's presenting an opportunity to get long soon. You don't even have to, it doesn't even have to be the first one, but you just kind of let this, burn itself out. I agree with you. It is market is flattening out, but I'm inclined to think that we're going to still get yet another little rally in here. I thought the round, the 16,000. Yeah. Isn't it crazy? 16,000. This is, we guard against muscle memory, but this is very, very reminiscent to me. I just want to put this marker out there to 1999. It is. It's very reminiscent. In 1999, the Nasdaq in the years leading up to 1999, 97, 98, the Nasdaq had done well, right? It was at 2,500, 3,000. Then it made a ridiculous run from 3,000 to toward 5,000. In the fall, as I recall, I'd have to go back to my charts, but I'm doing this from memory. I started to really get concerned about the bubble, and it was in the fall of 99. And I started taking steps to protect. I wanted to get even more short, but back then you couldn't short. Can you imagine that? You couldn't, so you couldn't, they wouldn't let you. And crazy. They wouldn't allow you. I don't know if that was a brokerage thing or whatever, but and we weren't with TradeStation at that point. This is pre-TradeStation. They were, and they would have been around too. But there was a correction in the fall, and I thought that was it. I'm like, here it comes, Susie, here it comes. And we were all hunkered down pretty much, and still had some exposure, so we didn't get unscathed. And then the market ran just like this. Like we had that correction from August to September, right? People got short in the hole, and now they're caught and they're running. Then what happened was everyone thought it was over. They just thought it was over. And we really took off. And I remember it because it was after the first of the year, and I'm like, oh shit, it looks like it's off to the races again. But I didn't pile in. I didn't. And on March 5th of 2000, the NASDAQ, I think it was March 5th. I think I'm doing it from memory, so bear with me. I think it peaked at like 5,031. And then that was it. Then the market started to sell off. And nobody really, you know, you didn't know that that was the end. It just started to sell. And then it started to sell, and it just didn't stop. For 9 months, the NASDAQ went from 5,030 to 1,400. It fell 90%. And there was no real, yeah, it was overvalued and it was all of that, but there was no real explanation. And people are hard pressed to tell you now why it did. And it was just companies went out of business, and then the NASDAQ doesn't go to 5,000 again. Folks lose sight of this for 10 years. For 10 years, it doesn't get back to 5,000. And in 2000, by the way, there were hundreds more companies. There were like 7,500 publicly traded companies. Now I think it's less than 5,000, speaking of 5,000. So the NASDAQ takes 10 years to get back. And then from 2009, 2000, well, 2000, I think it went to 5,000, what, around 2011, 12, somewhere around there. And the last 10 years, we're now, pushing 16,000. The crazy. So could the NASDAQ go all the way back to 5,000? Oh, people would say, like, no, that's crazy talk. Never happened. Mm, I am so reminded of it. And I got to tell you, take a look, take a look at your charts on the SPY. This, and this is exactly what happens. Um, let's see. She's getting, we got a puppy that keeps stealing Ted's food. It would have melted, people in the 90s on the short side. Yeah, they just didn't let you do it. I don't want to mention firms on social media, but because I don't know, well, some are still around, so I don't even want to mention it. But it wasn't TradeStation. It wasn't. I'll just say that. I mean, they're phenomenal, both back then probably and today. But when you look at the S&P, um, the S&P on this latest move up, there are quite a few gap ups. Now, gap ups on a stock are one thing, but gap up on markets are quite another. It takes quite a bit of energy to do that. And gap ups almost always, I'm going to say always, get filled. Now, they may not do it in the short term, but usually they do. Usually it's not years. But they will get filled. And what I mean by that is if something gap up, it's got to get back and trade in there and test out the validity of those prices. If you look at the SPY, over the last couple of months, you're going to see the gap ups. And then you see the most latest one. And I am interpreting that as an exhaustion gap. And gap ups are not really, there's something called a breakaway gap, but usually if they're not very constructive, it's mad dash short covering. Somebody got on the wrong side and then they just got squeezed. I'm interpreting this move that we have had as and our machines are on it. I mean, on a daily basis, hourly basis. I mean, they're all over it. And our machines will be on it on the way down too. But I'm interpreting it. I don't mean to give anybody indigestion over Thanksgiving or over the holidays, but that this is some sort of an exhaustion type move. And beware the Ides of March. I don't know why, But March, there have been market history. A lot of things have made their turn in March. The dot-com crash really started on March 5th, 2000, I think it was. Um, the um, the '08 crash ended on March, I think it was 5th or 6th, literally at 3:30 in the afternoon. You set your clock to it. So this one, this one could be with us a little bit. They hold these highs, Parker, and everyone at 16,000, and maybe push to 46. Maybe the S&P does something really stupid and gets above 4,600, and then they throw in the towel and we capitulate, or the bears capitulate and make a higher run, only to give it all back up. What's beautiful for anyone that might be passing through on YouTube and or later, what is beautiful for us is these market highs, market lows really don't matter. They don't. We just need the market to go up and down and up every day. We just need it to open. And then we're going to trade the volatility. The markets need people like us because we provide liquidity. Otherwise, the market will be crashing every other day. And we get rewarded with cash flow for putting this time in and putting our capital at risk. And that's what we do. Yeah. It's a beautiful thing. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's more than melting. It's almost like been a panic buy. Which it is panic when you're short. If you got short in the hole, um, and you get caught in this, I want to take a look at the performance of we're going to call it right now Ben's dip. I know everyone's eager for this. We just want to make sure what we got here ourselves. Yeah. So this is Ben still here? Okay, so there's the buy. That's a beautiful thing. I did not put that order in. Yeah, Ben's still here. So the dip and rip, swing machine has traded 85 times since last night. 85. There's no way I could do that. That would be manually. That'd be way too much. She's netted $1,760. That great? That's beautiful stuff there. Her profit factor is 1.5. Now, the back test, which will be more accurate because it is on time. This is for everybody. Parker's here, Ben's here, Jeff's here. I think Ken was here. And there could be others that on YouTube that this doesn't make any sense to. But the back test, Ben, on on this modified swing machine, the profit factor is 1.23. It's narrow, but it's profitable. And in the percent profitable should be fun to trade is 67%. So let me go look. So remember those numbers. I'm going to run a performance report right now and just begin to give you some feedback here. And it's just one night, right? We just ran it last night. It's been running in the background. Hasn't been going into our account, but we would have, it would be on this. Oh, shoot. No, I'm sorry. I can't run that trade manager analysis because it wasn't going into the account. So let me go here. Let me see here. Periodical. I can own, let's see. Yes. All right. So I can tell you it's had 85 trades, profit factor 1.45. So better than the back test for at least last night, and the percent profitable 68%. It's good stuff. Really good stuff. I like it. So yeah, yeah, it's and so now we go long. Kick point. And you can see that with um, kick point, heavy selling, less selling, less selling, even less selling. Now we go on. But I didn't do it manually. Also, kick point. The settings that we're using are the defaults, right? So I didn't super optimize this. Sometimes you can bastardize things by over optimizing it, so it isn't. And all right, so I got to get back to work. Let me just take a peek at YouTube. We got a couple of folks passing by. We don't really advertise. We don't, so it's okay. Um, you know, but if you find us, it's a bit of a small miracle, and but it's meant to be. And it's a beautiful thing here, though. Mm. This last move really broke the back of the podcasters and everything that, make all their, I don't know, they make their investment decisions and everything on economics, and they just got caught. They just got absolutely caught. And then now they try to rationalize it all away, and they'll get caught again. We just don't get caught up in that. I mean, I like listening to it. I'm aware of it. It will be interesting how the economics of things play out. Um, it'll be interesting what the person does down in Argentina. He's an Austrian economics guy, so hopefully he does well, but it'll be interesting. But when it comes to our day-to-day trading, day-to-day investing, I'm not gonna do anything based on any of that. I'm just gonna track the money flow. For those that are on YouTube, if you wanted to go up and capture that $480, that $500, you could, right? The machine put the trade in. You could do that. I could do that. We would refer to that as a mechanical intervention, right? But I haven't done one. This is all from midnight. The machine has done all these little trades, not so little. One mini contract, one market. If you have any questions, let us know. Be sure to visit the site. And I'm going to be in the background. I got to get to work. Ben, bear with me. I'm going to start firing away your indicators. My goal is to have all your indicators to you today. That's my goal. And then on Friday, I'll be up early, Ben, and get all the strategies to you. And then we'll hopefully bundle up the betas. All good. I hope you had a good week. Go slow. There's a lot coming your way. Let me just mention for our members, because we got a couple of questions. SMC kick point. The default is 20. It's at 20. Rinko, 5 point. We also have the bricks turned down, and we have swing machine paint bar. That's what's painting the bricks. We have C points on here. And I think that's it. And then we have the plotters turned on. Which you can turn off. So that's what's running. Those are the settings. She's been running since Sunday night. She's running a profit factor of 2. So it's been a pretty nice trading week for this. We've had kick point for a long time, and but boy, we haven't had our eyes on it in a long time either. So when we broke this out for Ben last week, I'm like, you know what, we got to get it back out. You'll notice this is for members as well. You certainly see the green and the red. This is really a guide wire. So when this guide wire breaks, it does turn red. So just bring your eyes to it. When that guide wire gets above 0, it does turn green. So it's a bit of a guide wire. That's what's running. You can turn that guide wire off if it's distracting and just have red and green. And the way you would turn that off is just paint. You can paint it black. We could put a switch in there too to turn it off. But so you see the guide wire, but we like the histogram here because it can show us some divergence, right? Divergence, we don't use volume in much of anything. We just don't believe in volume anymore. There was a time, but there's just too many places. And but momentum and divergence of momentum, we do believe in, and that it does precede, not all the time, but a lot of the time, can precede price action. So Parker was commenting down here, and he was right on. Parker said it's flattening out, and it was flattening out. We could see it. I mean, you can see it flattening, and you can see it flattening in here, and then boom, away we go. And all these machines, you're not really trading with individuals. You're not. You're not trading with CNBC people or anything. You're trading with machines. And the machines are looking for buyers and looking for sellers, and they're probing. And that's what we're doing. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the 16,000. Yeah, that is. Yeah, the retail crowd, the human crowd, they do love round numbers. Yeah, they do. It's meaningless to us, but they absolutely do. Could this thing, and could it go to 20,000? And they will push things like that. You're like, we gotta get it to 20,000, you know? It can do some crazy things like that. It really can. You can make a ton of money in these bubbles. You can. When gold made its run from 15, now why isn't gold, 5,000, 10,000? I mean, I think fundamentally it should be, but it isn't. But when gold ran from 1,500 to 2,000, oh my God, it just did it like day after day after day, boom, boom, boom. And you didn't think it was ever going to stop. Got to 2000, that was it. Then it just fell back and for years been mired in a sideways action. Oh, I do too, Parker. Oh, I do too. I do think that gold, particularly silver, are wildly undervalued, and I think so too. But why they haven't run, I don't know. But I do think that they look like they want to go. I do. I do. I was saying that. Yep, they have really been pent up. So this is a beautiful trade, huh? These are the C points. So if you get long in here, if you do get long in here, and you think you certainly don't want to see it, get red again, and you wouldn't want to get it below here. Now we just stay out of the way. Now, if I had taken a mechanical trade of $500, okay, I would have taken it. In around the edges, that's okay. But we do lean on everybody to try their best, and especially in the beginning, to sit on those emotions and tie your hands down and your feet down and not do that. I understand, trust me, I understand how difficult that is. It isn't for me because I've never really, it's just never been. But when I sit beside Susan, it's very difficult. It really, and I don't sit beside Susan at all anymore, but I used to in the trading, and I couldn't. I think even today I don't even know. But she'll see that money and want to go get it, gotta go get it. And but it's not as bad. It's not as bad as it once was. But so I say that in jest, and she's totally okay with it. I'm not talking behind Susie's back. But and a lot of these tools, a lot of the original tools, we were not thinking about stockmarketcaddy.com. Wasn't even thinking about that. I was trying to um, build tools to help Susan truly and us, but particularly Susie to control her emotions. Very, she was, fearful. And so that's really how much of this first started to come about. And then we start to grow legs. And we will be building. I want to do more. So on these radars, I was looking, I think we got 10 of them right now. I can see, I don't want to commit to a number, but I think this coming year we'll have a multitude of radars. This is beautiful, isn't it? This is crazy. Tell you what, man. Beautiful stuff here. Beautiful trading. No scalping. Kick point. For those that might be coming through on YouTube, why kick point? Um, in golf, in golf, every club, you have a 5 iron, you have a 3 iron, 7 iron. The shaft of the club has what is called a kick point, and you can have a low kick point or a high kick point, and it will impact the flight of the ball. So we took that concept. This isn't golf, but we took the concept. The kick point is the place in which the shaft of the golf club flexes. It's the flex point. They call it the kick point. So the idea here was to identify mathematically the point at which the market flexes or a market flexes. Now, this could be run on different types of charts. We're running it on something specific here that I'm kind of fond over, but that's what I'm choosing to do. It could be different on something else, but that's what it's doing. And so it's catching, and it's doing a very nice job. The market is flexing. Could we scalp this $480? We could, right? But if I start, reacting to all the money, I try to resist that. All of the trades that you see um, I should look at the performance report here. I can, since midnight, have been all robotic. I have not intervened at all. And let me share with you what that report is. We can go into TradeStation. We can open up something at Trade Manager Analysis, and I can get all the details on this. Um, there it is. Wow, this is crazy, guys. Um, the absolutely crazy. The profit factor on this is 8, fully robotic, 8. It's total number of trades, 6, 50% winners. Wow, just beautiful, beautiful. Let's go look at what we're calling Ben's swing machine variation. That baby's still running like crazy. She's very active. Okay, so she's come back to earth a little bit. She's traded 93 times. That's crazy. That's a lot. Um, but she's netted $1,000. So she got a profit factor that's narrow at 1.20, but it's all robotic. And I could never myself manually trade that many times. I'd be a wet noodle. I'd be exhausted, and it would be very narrow, be very hard to do. But with a machine doing it, that's just fine. Hmm. Sorry about that. We were closing a spare desktop. That was not this desktop. And the market just flexed long, right? And we'll see what it does here and how tight it's going to be. So she took a small loss, and but we got some wood in the trade or the robot today. We won't let it get out of hand, but we're keeping an eye on it. And she's not going to win on every single trade. Since midnight, she's got a profit factor completely robotic of 8. She's making for every dollar we lose, she's making $8. That is a beautiful thing. Very, very sweet. Okay, the market has gone a little dormy here, right? Very, very tight little range. We can see the larger range, which is pretty tight, 16,029. That's being drawn out dynamically to 16,094, and we are right in the middle. We're kind of locked in, so the computers are fighting it out, and but we're not fighting the market. We're just letting the computers play it out. We did the good $3,917. We're down on this trade about 125. We're not trading the money. We have an eye for the money. We have an eye for what's going on with our account. But the strategy is going to get some trades wrong. It's not going to win on every single one. We don't have that expectation. And we're going to just let it play out. And now, if the market continues to stay in a chop, if we, decide to chop out the rest of the day, we will exercise our prerogative to just do what? Turn it off. Turn it off. Quit, quit while you're ahead. You can do that here. You can't do that in the games of chance in Vegas. You've got to keep playing at least until the session is over. But we get to choose a lot of things. That's why this is not a game of chance. We get to define the strategy. We get to modify the strategy. We get to define the leverage. We get to define the time. Um, it's just that do you have the skill set to make those decisions? And it's like flying a plane, right? Anybody can fly a plane, right? I suppose anybody can, but you better get some lessons. Otherwise, you might start making some mistakes. We wish everyone the best. Any questions on folks that are passing by on YouTube, don't hesitate. Now, our members know this, for those that might be passing by on YouTube, either now or later, that come to watch some of this. We don't know when the market's going to go into chop. Nobody knows. But you don't know when it's coming out. So we have to be prepared to let the machine run. Hopefully, it doesn't overly trade during the period of chop. Now, that said, there are some times when we know that chop is more likely. Noon, from 11:30 to, to maybe 1:30. They go to lunch. The traders take a break. Um, so, we could choose to turn it off. We're not going to, though. We're going to let it run. Another time you can turn into some chop fest is the day before a holiday, something like that. So there are these periods, evening hours. But we're going to let the program run its course, and we'll see how it plays out. I'm inclined to think, looking at the radar, looking at what we have in front of us, that we're going to run again. The market's going to run up again. And I think we're going to break through that 16,094.75. That's what I think. But I'm not going to trade what I think. I'm going to let the machine trade what is. If you have any questions, be sure to visit the site. Be sure to email us any questions, and you're welcome to call. Monthly memberships are unlimited. Annual memberships are limited. If you go into the Q school, we guarantee you a spot, right? It'll be up to you. We don't ask you to join the annual until you've completed the Q school. By the way, we're not accepting any Q schools for the remainder of the year. But we will let you reserve a spot for which is a good time, for the first of the year. So, but if you have questions, be sure to visit the site. If you still have questions, you're welcome to give us a shout. And the monies that you see deposited here are fully robotic, right? I haven't intervened once. That said, still very, very important that the person who's operating the robot have the confidence in the experience of flying the plane. So if they had to turn off the robot and get the plane on the ground, or, attend to some things, or get the account squared away, that they have that capacity to do that. It's really important to have that. So we're not presenting this as, a self-driving car, just sit in the back seat, play cards with somebody, and let it drive you to California and back. I don't know if that's ever going to happen. They say it's going to happen, but I don't know about that. But we do think it's important to have some driving skill, sort of speak. Enjoy. We do appreciate the like buttons. We do appreciate you sharing and retweeting and with other traders and other interested parties. The more folks we get that pass through, the more apt we're able to do this. We're doing a number of things. We're building a second website that hopefully will surface as early as next week for members. It'll be password protected, and we're going to put all of our content there, and we will build from there. So what we want to have is we want to have this repository for all of our members, so that we can help them throughout the year get the most out of these tools. And we don't want to be spamming people with individual emails that maybe get seen, maybe don't, that sort of thing. And they'll be able to go to this site, and depending on their level of membership, either monthly or annual, they'll be able to go any place. And if they want to click on, say, options, okay, We'll have lessons there. We will have, this is how you use the options club selector, and 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 we'll explain that. So it'll be we can't wait to get it fully done. Um, and I think it's going to be really, really good. So, and helpful, right? We want this to be mechanical and robotic, but we also want it to maximize your time. So you got one place to go and like, boom, what is the market doing? Are we going up? Where are we? Boom, boom. Everything's right there for you. Um, you don't have to listen to CNBC. You don't even have to listen to me. We do provide a narrative at night on a video showing the algos and just an interpretation, and and to be able to give you some insights. Now, around Thanksgiving, I'll say this. We said, that this week has a tendency to want to run. It's a low volume, and there's an old saying, don't short, in a big way, a low volume or a dull market. That said, I think Friday is a partial day, but we have had the day after Thanksgiving, we have had the boys and girls in Wall Street really take advantage of the markets and try to take it down. Now, it's unusual that they would do that, but it's possible. It's possible based on where we are, technically speaking. So we shall see. But for us, it really doesn't matter where the markets are. That may sound like heresy. How can you say that, Don? Because that's not how we invest or trade. It doesn't matter to us how high they go, how low they go. We trade the money flow, right? It's just like a river. It's a river of money, right? And so we don't have to, go over a waterfall. We don't have to stay in the river all day, every day. We just, move into the river, paddle around a little bit, splash around, have a nice time, extract some cash flow, and get the hell out. Now, if you want to do it for a little bit longer, you want to do it for a few weeks, okay. We got some suggestions, and the tools can do that. You might want to reduce your leverage. Might want to, well, just that, reduce leverage as further out you go. If you want to go out even further, you say, hey, I want to splash around in this river for a few months. I think gold is overdone, and I think gold's going to run, run, run. Okay. But how do you go about doing that? Do you go in with a lot of leverage? Do you just take your IRA account and plug in, 200,000 or 500,000 into it? Now, we don't make specific recommendations, but we would just say the technique for that wouldn't be smart, because the very moment somebody does that, they get a little bit of, if they come in with too much leverage or too much, the slightest little movement of whatever that is could exacerbate their emotions. They might become very, very greedy. They might, maybe you put, $500,000, not suggesting anybody do that, into, oh, I don't know, gold, and it goes up 10% and you make 50 grand, and okay, yeah, yeah. But you know what? Maybe it's going to go on and run, run, run. Or maybe worse yet, it goes down 10% and you lose 50 grand. Are you expected? Do you have the wherewithal? Do you have the experience to expect that volatility? Can you handle that volatility? Most people can't, not because they can't physically or mentally they can't. They're just not prepared to handle the emotions. And you can prepare. I just want you to know you can get prepared. That's what we're here to try to help you do. So the other example is, yes, you can take a Caribbean vacation, and you can go in the morning and go with somebody in a pool, and they can teach you how to dive, in the morning, and then in the afternoon you can go out on a boat and go diving. Do I think that's a good idea? No, I don't think that's a good idea, right? Susan and I, we're on some of those vacations and we never did that. No, 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 Susie, we're not going to do that. If you want to go diving when we get back home, will take a PADI course and learn how to dive and get certified and do it right. I mean, if you're going to be under the water, 30 feet of water, 50 feet of water, probably nothing's going to happen, but are you prepared? So, so if you fire up a brokerage account and they call you up, oh, we teach you how candles and this and that, and yeah, away you go. I don't think that's a good idea, right? So we can't, depending upon what you want to do, and if you say, hey, I'm not so sure, I want to become an annual member, that's fine. Do what Ben did. Ben is one of our more recent annual members. He joined 3, 4 months ago. He very low key about it. He joined as a monthly, and I think we talked maybe a little bit. And then he was a monthly member for 3 or 4 months. And then he picked up the phone and called and said, "Hey, Don, you know what? I'm going to do that Q school. I think I'm going to do it." And he didn't become an annual member. We worked together for 3 weeks, 2 hours every single day, and we videotaped it all. And then he kept his score and did really well. And then at the end, Ben said, "Yeah, I'm going to become an annual member." He becomes an annual member, and that's what I'm doing right now. I'm sending Ben all the files that we have. He's now got the instruction. He's now got, you know, the experience, but he's going to continue. He already has contributed new ideas, new concepts, and we're, writing different things. So it's really a collaboration. It's kind of a private club of like-minded folks that want to get in and trade the markets and extract some cash. We're not caught up on, the economics or the politics of crap. There's places for that. That's not what we're doing at all, at all. And we hope it's fun. And that's just a little bit about who we are, what we're about. And if that resonates with you, visit the site, think about it, ask some questions, and you're also welcome to call. We do little to no advertising. So if you do come by us, and it's that alone is probably a bit of a miracle with all the stuff that's out there. We don't see, and we are on social media, we don't see anyone doing what we're doing. Mm-mm. Especially with the individual nature of things. Mm-mm. No, no, the Q school is one-on-one, one-on-one. And the most we can do, is, 2 persons at a time. It's very limited, because it's very intensive. We work very hard. The person's working very hard, and it's, we don't want any distractions. We wish you the best, and we're going to let this run. We're going to let you watch. Any questions, we'll monitor and enjoy. we're happy to answer any questions you might have. So periodically I'll look in that chat function. I don't have enough windows open so I can see it routinely, but so we are doing some other work and just watching things here. But if you have any questions, feel free, and we'll be frank, candid with you, whatever those questions are. It's your opportunity. We have something else running in the background. I want to give, it's midday. I want to give our members some feedback. We were mentioning this gentleman, Ben, oops, and he is now an annual member, but he was in Q school and he started doing something with Swing Machine that we had never done, which is crazy to think because we've had it for years. And to my knowledge, I don't think anyone else had done it. And he was doing something specific and he was having fun with it and making money and having a good result. And so what we said we would do is to write a beta strategy, which is what we've done, and we're just vetting it ourselves. The back test looks really interesting to us, and it's running in the background, and everyone wants to know what has it. Okay, well, it got to report the good with the bad, and it's traded 105 times, 105 times since midnight, which is a lot, right? You would have to have that machined. And it had a high water mark of some $1,700 and it's come all the way back. So in this chop, so she's only up $40. So it's a little unfortunate, but and we will learn from it. And that's where it is right now. She's only up 40, but that is not this guy. Hasn't traded only less than 10 times and is just, but that's okay. There are no holy grails. There's no one thing that's going to run all the time. That's why we don't sell any individual program. If we sold an individual program, I think we would be feeding a false belief that this one thing, this one indicator, this one strategy is going to make me rich. That is, we don't think is a good premise. We have dozens and dozens in the right hands, with the right experience, the right approach, the experience approach. We think that you're going to become a very good trader. We'll just leave it at that. We've had some people come and do some unbelievable things. And to that extent, it isn't a zero-sum game. Their success doesn't take anything away from us. But we have had people wildly, wildly successful. And we have had folks struggle. And I'm not going to pass judgment on why that might be. But I will say this, I do see a pattern of the folks that are most successful with us. One, they have a tremendous interest and passion in doing this. So they're doing something they really want to do. Number two, they're very patient. They're very disciplined. They're very methodical. They write and keep track of their scores. They're really trying to get better. Um, it's just the basic stuff. And did I say disciplined? They just are. And maybe to a certain extent, um, they're not fearful. I mean, maybe that's not right to say. We're all have a healthy skepticism and concern, but there's a difference between being skeptical and cautious than fearful. Um, we had a person who did well, by the way, but was extremely fearful, almost to the point of having a phobia. And that's okay, all right? We're all human. Um, and I feel bad for that, because we try to help a person get over that. But if a person is just absolutely fearful, for instance, I'm not, I don't like heights. I really don't like it. Even when I'm on the ground, I don't like heights. So, for instance, Susie and I drove out to, well, we didn't drive out there, we flew out there and then drove in the Canadian Rockies. Maybe just because I've been in Florida for so long, everything's so flat. I didn't like it. We'd get above the tree line, and even though I'd be on a highway, and the air was thin, and like, holy crap, I'd be concerned. So I'm not crazy about heights. So it's probably not a good idea that I take up flying lessons. I'm not going to fly a plane. No way. Not me. And I'm older now, but I mean, I wouldn't have even done it when I was 20. I just don't like it. So, um, I hope that makes sense. So it's okay to be skeptical. I think it's good to be skeptical. They're also very curious. Saying that I'm generalizing now. They're also very curious. So they ask all sorts of questions and want to do different things. And it's like, great, great. I never tire of that. That's how we get better and and it helps in everything. And I think being curious is good. Good. If I'd say to young people, getting out of college, don't think that sheepskin is now makes you smart. Did you see the saying? I loved it. The guy who got elected down in Argentina, by the way, he said if the central bank, if the central how do you put it? I was like the central bank cannot print out poverty or stamp out poverty by printing money, and colleges can't, by printing out a diploma, make somebody smart. Hmm. Like something along those lines. There's a lot of truth to that. Hmm. Sometimes, the kids come out of college, come out of whatever, and they think like, okay, their education's done. I don't think so. Sorry. No. And I'm not talking just on trading, but and I was in a different career at a different time, different place, doing far, far from this, um, and it was like going through a med school, and the company was paying for it. And I got to tell you, um, there's no nonsense. They're paying for it. It was their time. It was great, great education, but you know, and the stuff that I learned, I could never forget because they imprinted it on us. But it didn't take 4 years. Well, it did take years, but it wasn't a 4 year, college program. 2 or 3 hours a day. Far from it. They're going to get their money's worth. And they tested us daily on everything, measured us on everything, what we were learning, what we were doing. That was even years ago. I'm sure today it's probably even worse. So in this market, we'll test you, we'll measure you, your performance. We don't have enough time to get in there and like, oh man, I made $500. Yay, I made $500 and get into a chat room and start telling everybody how rich you are because you made $500. We don't have time for that. And the maturity that comes with everybody is that that's fine. But we got to do it over and over and over again. So we just don't just it's expected. I hope that makes sense. Any part of this resonates with you, be sure to visit the site. Be sure to give us a shout. Good luck. Enjoy. Now I know what you're thinking. We're at resistance, and we are at resistance. Remember when we were down in here? I said, I think we could get there. Now you might, and it'll be okay. I wouldn't short it here, but if you wanted to go up and take your $500, okay, it'd be all right. I wouldn't critique that, you know, because it may hit its head here. It may, but it also may blow through. And if it does blow through, it could run like a banshee. Right. So I'm gonna just let the machine continue to run it. But you might, and that's why it's so independent. It's so play your game. So we might have a member that's trading the exact same thing, and he might come in and take that $500. We could do that. It'd be okay. But we just try to teach and try to just get everybody to over time use the tools and just relax, and they know where they are. They got all sorts of tools and technology to keep from anything, bad happening. We want zero negative outliers. And we can say that because if you use the technology before you even get to the robots, if you use the technology, you're going to be okay, right? You cannot take up flying, a small plane, a Cessna or a Beechcraft, a small plane, and say, well, crashing's just part of it. No, no. I mean, you don't want you want to learn how to fly the plane responsibly and for over your lifetime. You don't want to be, no, that those sorts of things, I guess, are a risk, but you don't want them, right? And so there are things that we can do to take that right off the table. But do you have the patience? You have the discipline to learn those tools? And they're mechanical, they're computerized, and and execute those? It's really pretty boring. I tell this story all the time. Where this came from, this perspective of trading here. And what I love about meeting new people in the Q school is they bring their perspectives. Sometimes I don't even know what they do, and that's totally fine. But they bring a perspective, and they bring certain characteristics, and which is good. I lived my life my earlier career with surgeons. Believe it or not, I'm not a surgeon, but that's where I spent my time with them. And so I was wearing a mask before it was fashionable, and I was in surgery with them. And They're surgeons. They're surgical in that they are very methodical, right? They do the same thing over again, right? And so I would approach them and we'd chat about a few things and they'd be getting scrubbed in the sinks and I'd be in my scrubs and they'd be on a mask. Now I'm not scrubbing in, I'm not going to be touching the patient. And I would be talking with him and her, say, doctor, is there a certain something that you're, trying to achieve with anything that, we're making available for you today or whatever it was we were talking about. And then I'd even ask them before we went into surgery, I said, doctor, is it okay that during the procedure, if I have a question, can I ask? Is it all right to ask? Sometimes they'd say, no, 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 don't distract. They wouldn't say, don't distract me. They say, thank you for asking, but no. If I have a question, I'll ask you, but I'd rather you not, you know, um, ask me any questions or to be distracting. And that'd be fine. Sometimes, they just, yeah, sure, Don. Some are very relaxed, some are very intense, and and but they do the same thing. So if it was an orthopedic surgeon, he's putting in a total knee, he's going to be using primarily the exact same instruments. They're going to be laid out exactly the same way. He's going to use them in exactly the same manner as he's done like hundreds of times before. It's incredibly boring. Now, I might be there to help him use one little tool a little bit differently. I mean, that would have been vetted out and discussed, for weeks or months in advance, sometimes just changing one little aspect, trying to help him get a better outcome for his patient, number one, and then, maybe even a better outcome for himself in terms of maybe saving some steps and some surgical time, that sort of thing. But they're just very detailed. That's the only way I can describe it. And some are very, patient with themselves. Some are, you can tell that they're stressing or, at various times of a procedure. But so when we set out to do this, that was the experience that I had lived with for 20 something years. And so when I said to Susie, it's like, Susie, I have this idea and I have this dream that, that we can get away from the bullshit. Economics is not a science. Medicine is a science. Surgery is a science. It's science. Economics is not a science to me. It's a pseudoscience. It's a junk science. It's bullshit. Sorry, but I think that it is. Now, I'm not trying to convince anybody how to think or what to think, but I'm just telling you how I thought of it. So in the early 2000s, I said to Susan, this is such nonsense, Susan. And we're working really hard. Susan's working at IBM. She's doing all this stuff. And I'm like, this is crazy. I'm with surgeons day in and day out, and they're great and we're doing good things. And then I got to deal with, these nimrods at and I'm not going to say where, but you know, and I'm like, what a bunch of crap Wall Street is. It just is. And this is like, okay, okay. And she was just, what are we going to do, Don? I said, well, we're going to develop a systems approach, a surgical approach. And we came very, very close to, well, later, stock market caddy wasn't our thought then, but later came stock market caddy. But we almost were going to call it like, off of a surgery background, and we're instead of an acute school, we would have had like a little, like, residency type thing. But Susie thought that'd be kind of gross because, like she didn't, so like, I don't think they want to hear about that. So we tried to make it fun when we later come out 10 or 12 years later to teach folks. And that's why we called it stock market golf. We wanted it to be fun, right? We didn't want to equate, but, but I share the story because that was um, what we brought into it, right? And Susan, um, her background wasn't in surgery. Her background was IBM and math and Lotus, and she worked for Lotus Software and all that stuff. So was seeing everything from a practical standpoint and would ask me all these annoying questions. They weren't. They were good questions. And like, why would we do it this way, Don? Why? What about this? Why? And so I had to not defend the opinion but I had to we had it was a vetting process. It was vetting, right? And and fortunately, we've been together since college, so we're very patient with each other, um and it was fun, but it also I do want you to know it was we didn't automatically come rolling out and we're successful. We made some really bad mistakes and we share those mistakes with people. Made some bad ones and very bad actually. Um, Trading too much leverage and all that stuff. But we got through it. We got through it. And we learned. And thousands of hours, tens of thousands of dollars, tens of thousands, incredible amount of trading. And but Stock Market Caddy came out of the ground some 10 to 12 years later. We didn't set out to do that. So we do share that. But I just want you to know, it just didn't pop up. We just didn't pop up like 6 months ago. And I mean, I wish it was as easy as, the 2/8 moving average type thing. It isn't. It wasn't. Can you do it? Sure. We did it. Maybe you can do it bigger and better and everything, but be prepared to spend, thousands of dollars in errors and mistakes and spend tens of thousands of hours. Spend a lot of time building these things. But so I digress a little bit. But at times like this, and sometimes over the holidays, I reflect back on where we were and how, and I think everyone does, right? Where were we? I think holidays are always reflective that way, and it's always good. Um, and and we've continued to learn, right? So, um, the business of Stock Market Caddy, and that's turned into a business of itself, continues to grow. It's growing it as about as fast as we can handle right now, which is about 50% a year, which is crazy because I didn't know anybody was going to join. I didn't. I was like, I don't know. Um, but we're doing things differently. I would want everyone to know that every time we learn a little something different, we're doing, and one of the things that we're doing that will be out of the ground here shortly is we're going to have the biggest improvement change, which is going to enable us to do so much more, is this secondary website. We're going to have a repository website. It's going to be called SMC Pro Shop, and it's only going to be accessible to members. They'll have if they're a monthly, they'll have a password. Annual, they'll have a password. Monthly will be limited to where they can go, but they'll have quite a bit. And then annual, they can go any place. And we're going to have everything there. But more important than having all the content there is on an ongoing basis. There are things that we're doing, things that are happening. We may even put the live broadcasts on there. There's a whole lot of different things that we want to do. And so just getting that set up. So I never anticipated doing that. So the idea is that folks will have just one place to go and get the information they need and want when they want it and get the most out of using the tools. Particularly too, we show this a lot. I'm kind of rambling, but I just want everyone to know, we do a fair amount of option work, right? But we just don't show all the option work. And we have some really, really good tools for options. So that repository is going to be a chance for us to really augment for members their option work and how these tools are used. Options are all math. They are, folks. If you want to use a chart, you can, but I think if you are trying to trade options from a chart is your first place, I think that is your first mistake. I don't think you should be using a chart initially to trade options. I just don't. The reason why we use charts here, and the reason we're trading futures intraday is they're highly liquid, meaning the difference between the bid and the ask is really small, and we can get in and get out, and we don't have to concern ourselves with the Greeks. I know there are people probably trading options intraday. God love them. That isn't us. Now, sometimes we might, but not deliberately. You want to have liquidity in your options, but our options are usually further out. And our first place is not a chart. Our first place is our options club selector that is doing the math behind them. And that tool is built from the option formula. It only makes sense. The people who either, I don't know which came first. I don't know if they got the Nobel Prize for their formula or if they did it after the fact. I'm not really sure. But the people who wrote the option formula that the options market now uses in a huge way, they got the Nobel Prize for it. It's fairly simple, but I guess it was brilliantly simple. And they were smart guys, and those formulas are public, and we use those formulas in our programs, and that's why they're so damn good. Why not? Now, if after you get your opportunities picked for you, then if you want to take a look out the window at a chart or take a look at it before you play, I'm okay with that. But if you're looking at a chart on Apple, you're not going to see what you need to see to get the options on. Or, if you're reading candles and stuff, you're just going to waste a ton of money and time and killed, on options. They're priced extremely good. So, any case, but we will have for our annual members, more and more information there on how to use these tools and why, and then on some ongoing examples. I hope that helps. As we now are at the upper end of this range, right? We're up in here and the machine is doing its thing. I haven't put on any trades. Let me give you the performance of this strategy. I want to look at something here real quick before yep. Okay. So that Ben's little modified swing machine, by the way, is still profitable. He's still on a 1 minute. Let's go and get the performance here of this strategy today. So bear with me. So since midnight, yep, spot on. It's got a profit factor of 6.03. 6.03. 7 trades, 42% profit have been winning. And that profit factor, 6.03, means we're making $6. That doesn't include the winning trade that it's in right now. We're making $6 for every dollar it expended. That's great. That's, it's beautiful. Since Sunday night, all right, so we've been running this program. It has netted completely robotic, running 24/7 like an oil derrick this week. Okay. $5,884. A profit factor of 2.68. That's what it's done. 40 trades, 37% profitable. Now think about that. Think about that for a minute. That means 37%. That means every 10 trades, it's losing 6 out of 10. Now, most amateurs would be a puddle, would be a mess. I lost 6 out of 10 times, honey. I'm losing 60% of the time. That's basically even worse than that. Yet, this program has made 5,884. So you're focused, the retail trader is focused on winning because it feels good. I got to win. I got to win. I got to win on every single trade. That's how you make money. The TikTok trader, nonsense. It's not a relevant metric. It could keep you from being successful. Easy for me to say. So that is a beautiful thing. I can't impart to you in a few minutes what we impart to our members, and we're going to be catching up with IL shortly. And I'm going to need to. I might let this run. I'll have to put a note in there, but I need to go to another office here in a home and catch up with a person who's in his Q school to the latter part of it, and we spend three weeks with a person intensely. So we can't, we can only scratch at the surface. But if any aspect of this resonates with you, interests you, that's the first step of learning anything. I don't know if you've ever thought about that, but the first step of learning something is recognizing that, and it's okay. I'm totally okay with this, right? And again, from my career of being with surgeons, I didn't know everything there was to know about surgery every single day. No, I didn't. I had to learn every single day, even with all the education. I mean, I wasn't a surgeon. But I had to know and I had to learn the stuff. And then when I was with surgeons, they weren't there to hang out with me because, we talk golf. They needed information. They needed to be able to discuss information. So the first step of learning is recognizing that there's something out there that I don't know and that I want to find out what that is. So that's the first step of learning something. And then generally what you do is you go and you find hopefully a mentor. Sometimes, I would facilitate a surgeon visiting another surgeon in surgery. I maybe I could act as a conduit. I could say to a surgeon, doc, the so-and-so in wherever in Orlando or in Jacksonville or in Baltimore, that is doing such and such, really, Don? Yeah, he's doing it this way. He's doing this. He's doing that. Really? Hmm. And then, say, would you like to fly to Baltimore and see him if I could set it up so that you could see him do the surgery? Yeah, Don, I'd like to do that. Surgeons do that behind the scenes, right? They're not telling their patients that. You may not know that. But that's how they learn. And they're constantly learning. I mean, their education doesn't stop just because they're done with their med school or their surgical residency. They keep going. It's grinding. They earn every single dollar they make. It's a grinding, hard career. I have the utmost respect for those guys, those people. But trading isn't that hard. We approach it with surgical precision. We approach it with that kind of background. But in the end, it isn't. It isn't. We're not flying a plane. You're in your office in a stool in a chair. You're not in a surgical suite. You don't have someone's heart in your hands. Okay. It's just money. That's all it is. We wish you the best, everybody. We're gonna let you watch. I'm gonna have to put a note in here. Um, I'll try to keep a casual eye on it. And we do take the prerogative to shut it down, but I'm going to keep it here. So I got to make a note that I will be, I'm here, but I'm going to be in another office in a moment with another member. So let me make a note here. Dawn is with a Q School member. Okay, so I had a few minutes there. I still have a few minutes before I got to change offices. But so she did repel, right? She did repel off of that notice, right? And the machine just quickly flipped. I think she made a couple of little bucks, but not much. And now she's taking it down. Maybe she's going to go after that 16029.75. Maybe she's going to break that. Well, maybe not. We don't know. And but she's doing it while I was having a quick lunch. And then I will need to step out. Um, let's take another look here. I want to see and report into our members on this little modified. Yeah, she's still profitable, but not nearly as much. So the market got a little dormy here. We'll see. That's a different strategy. This one's running like a champ. Those of you passing through on YouTube, if you have any questions, I need to, in about 10 minutes, I need to break away. But I'm going to leave it up. I'm going to let you watch, right? I invite you to visit the site. I invite you to send us any of your questions. If you still have questions and you want to call us 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. any day, 813-758-8263. Pretty accessible. Happy to answer your questions. We're not making specific recommendations to buy and sell. I'm not a broker, not a financial advisor. We're not making any claims. No, I can't. Wish I could. I can't say that, if you subscribe and this is what you will do. But we do try to structure the membership so that without expending too much too soon, you get ample opportunity to see what you can do and what this is about. As an example, let me share with you this story. The most recent annual member is a gentleman, Ben. Referred to Ben quite a bit lately, and it was our pleasure. Ben reached out to us about 3 or 4 months ago, and he had been a TradeStation user, been trading in his own right, said Don, I'd spend, a ton of money on a whole bunch of different things. And he just wasn't where he exactly wanted to be, right? But he wasn't lost in the woods either, right? In fairness, he wasn't. And I asked him what he felt his aptitude was on TradeStation on a scale of 1 to 10, and he thought it was a 5. I think it was better than that, though. I think he may have sandbagged us a little. That's okay. But he we didn't have that conversation until later. He joined as a monthly, and we basically just had a short conversation. And he was a monthly member and he uses options quite a bit. And he was a monthly member for 3 or 4 months. And then out of the blue for us, he called and said, "Hey, you know what, Don? I got some questions about the Q school," and so we talked about it. And then now would have been about 4 or 5 weeks ago, he signed up for the Q school. And we told Ben what we tell everybody is that we're gonna try to spend an hour to 2 hours a day with you, and you're gonna write your own outcome. You'll be keeping your own score, and we're going to try to peel things back. Now, because Ben had trading experience and because he had TradeStation, we were able to send him quite a bit. I wanted to guard against overwhelming him, but he was fine, and we were comfortable all the way. Him and me didn't want to overwhelm. If you go to the YouTube videos, you will see Ben's 3-week performance. He did great. He did great. At the end of that performance, then he decided to become an annual member, his call. At that point, we now begin, in which we're doing today. We're still working, and we'll be on Friday, sending him all the files. He actually did some things with Swing Machine that we've never even thought to do. And we have a beta program running in the background, and we're going to be getting that to Ben as a beta and out to our annual members too. But I just share that story. It kind of just profiles, one person's approach to us and the way he approached it. Very mature approach. And I think you should be skeptical. Um, no reason to be fearful, but we try to slow it down. We try to slow the membership and everything down, really trying to give the person an opportunity to say, no, this isn't for me. This can't be happening, but, you know, um, that's what we try to do, you know, and give you, the opportunity to ask questions in a live environment. We were together, I think, just about every day, for about 2 hours, 2 hours, just talking about something specific and answering questions, what we were showing Ben, and he was working on various things and taking it a little bit further and a little bit in directions that we hadn't thought of. So totally fine. We are mechanical robotic traders where we don't really get caught up in where the market is going to, we're not, oh, the S&P is going to 5,000 by Christmas Eve, Judge Wapner, the guy on CNBC. It doesn't matter to us. It could go to 5,000, it could go to 10,000, it could go to 2,000. We're moving in and we're moving out to extract cash flow. That's what we're doing. Now, the further out we go, intraday, we're using futures because they're highly liquid and we don't have to deal with the Greeks. But the further out we go, out to days and weeks and maybe months, then we will use options and we will define our risk using options. So we actually reduce our leverage. The tools that we have built, and Ben is an options trader. The tools that we have built use the options formulas. We didn't write them. Susan took the formulas and manipulated the data. I don't want to say manipulate is maybe the bad word, but not a bad word, but she using, let me put it this way, using the formulas on how options are priced, we constructed programs around that so that we have a radar like Swing Machine that isn't giving us the trend, but is telling us what stocks we should be interested in and what type of option might we be constructing. And that is based purely on math. If you are trading options and trying to trade options and your first stop is a chart, we think that is wrong. And I know that may sound like heresy because we're using charts day in and day out on futures, but we don't think that should be the first place. You should be, in our view, looking at the math of the option on whatever underlying. Then after you've done that, if you want to look at a chart to, give yourself one last look, that's fine. So, but we do delve into options during the Q School. We're going to have a repository website shortly for all of our members. All of our content will be there. Everything that we're doing day in and day out will also be going in there, and it's just going to be a beautiful thing, and it will include a lot more on options. We don't show the options work because we're not trading options intraday, at least we're not trying to, but we do trade them, right? So, and we have really, really nice tools, really good tools for trading the options based on math. So it is mathematical. And, we refer to this, we didn't write the formula, but the people that did write the formula, I think they come from the University of Chicago, and I think they got the Nobel Prize. I don't know if options were around before they wrote the formula or if they wrote the formula after. I guess I should find that out. But the formulas are pretty simple, elegantly simple, and I guess brilliant. but that's what we use. That's that we use their formulas to get at what we need to get at. And they're being scanned, you know, all day, every day. And that's where they come from. So if you are an options trader, just know we're not just futures, right? We're diversified in what we do and how we approach things. This particular program has been running, SMC Kick Point has been running on this chart since Sunday night. We just looked at the performance just a moment ago. Since since last night, it's posted 3,914. A profit factor just a moment ago of about 6. We're making $6 for every um well, it may have been a little higher, but for the week, it is higher. For the week, we've done 5,800, not counting that open position, and the profit factor is over 3. Fully robotic. Fully robotic. We don't want to leave anyone with the impression, though, that that you don't need to have trading skill. You do, and to run these things. I do have to break away. I've got to catch up with IL. I'm going to let you watch, and but I won't be here, so I won't be ignoring you or ignoring your questions. I'll try to get to them maybe later. I got to get back in the office even after, and we wish you the best. And if anything that we say resonates with you, again, visit the site, send us the questions, and feel free to give us a call. And we wish you a very nice Thanksgiving, and you'll watch through the close. I think the markets are staying open. I thought maybe they'd be closing early, but I think they stay open today and maybe a partial day on Friday. I think they've kind of flipped that a little. Good luck, everybody. Thanks for stopping by. We appreciate the like buttons. We appreciate the retweets, and good luck. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I was with IEL, and so we've been out of pocket here. So she's pulled back from her high water mark. When I stepped away, she was doing about 4 grand, and so she's pulled back. Strategies are going to have high and low water marks. They're not going to win on every single trade. Could a person have been intervening and mechanically trading around it? Sure, but we're trying not to. Fido is asking me, I'm very interested to be fully automated, but does it work in Ninja Trader? No, no. All of our programs only work at TradeStation. Nothing against Ninja. We got a lot of members that use Ninja, but they also all of our annual members have TradeStation. There's a lot of tools that not take anything away from Ninja. I think they're former TradeStation people, but there are tools not available, namely the radar screen at Ninja. That's our proprietary to TradeStation, and our tools are only written for TradeStation. But folks you can have both. What you need, Suze? Oh, I got it here. You want this? I'm sorry about that. Um, let's get a but if there's any other question, let us know. I want to tell you what this trading robot has done since midnight. And so I'm going to run a trade manager analysis. Oops, on the wrong workspace here. Bear with me. Oh, sorry. Here it is. Okay, so let's go get this. We'll tell you. Fully robotic. So again, it's come in. We had a nice run up there, didn't we? But so for today, it's running a profit factor of 2.39 for today since midnight. It's had 10 trades and only 30% of them have been profitable. That's an important number if you stop and you think about that. That means they had 7 losing trades. This is where most retail traders and um, dare I say, amateurs or someone new to this, you may be hurting yourself in that if you're trying to put on trades and win every single time. That is a metric that is meaningless to us. It's meaningful to a new trader because he wants to feel good, but it really is meaningless. So you have to appreciate if a person would put on 10 trades and they lost 7 out of 10, they'd think like, oh my God, that's terrible. Well, you wouldn't have the 2,800 bucks in your pocket. Um, since Sunday night, though, let's run this back. We've been running this since Sunday night. Let me tell you what it's done. So it's off the high water mark. It is done $4,701, not including the 160 that's up there. And its profit factor has fallen back. We were earlier today at 3. We're at 2. So that means we're making $2 for every dollar we expend. There have been a total number of 43 trades, and the winning percentage is 34%. So again, we're losing about 6 out of 10 times. But that's what we're doing. And now you could have been mechanically intervening and, maybe improve a little of that. But it is that isn't a metric. The only time that metric is important is if you're hawking, which we're not, some sort of a service whereby you want to tell people we win 90% of the time. It's not, that's not what we are. That's not what we're about. And there are those folks out there that are hawking services and selling services and selling snake oil. I mean, that is a metric that just does not really matter. It just doesn't. If you think about it, even if you win 90% of the time, you can still lose money. You can, win $1,000 9 times in a row and then lose 20 grand on the 10th trade. It's called eating like a bird, shitting like an elephant. Excuse the French, but so it doesn't matter. What matters to us is profit factor. That tells us if we're making money. And so the profit factor for today, for the week is at 2, right? As I said. And so we're doing just fine. Thank you, Susie. If you have any questions, let us know. We're going to be wrapping up here and enjoying the holiday. And we got still other office work to do. And but I'm happy to let you watch, into the close. I won't bend your ear. If anything we say or anything on the website resonates with you and you still have questions after you visited the website, you can email us and or you're welcome to call 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. at 813-758-8263. Two levels of membership, a monthly, unlimited, annual memberships are limited, and you must go through what we call a Q school. We're trying to give people, we slow the process down. We're trying to give people an opportunity to say, no, this isn't what I want to do. We're confident, we're confident that the more you see of what we're doing, the more you'll like. So we're comfortable with that. Most people are, offering you Thanksgiving Day specials and sign up today. And we don't do any of that. We don't even advertise. And the good news is, we've been trading this way for years before Stock Market Caddy. And we're now growing. Stock Market Caddy without any advertising is growing at about a 40 to 50% clip a year. It's really remarkable. We're grateful for that. It's fun. And we hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving. Any questions, you let us know. We'll be watching in the background here. Thanks. Now, we usually end all of our trading by 3, so we're letting this run a little bit longer, but we're not going to let it run itself into the ground here. We're not going to give up too much profit here. I think it's reasonable to expect, though, that we might see a little squeeze again. We could run right back up to that former resistance up here. We can get above this little swing point here at 16059.75. Put us up into this area potentially. Don't anybody take these trades, and if you're scanning the internet and scanning the Twitter sphere for trades, um, that's not what we're about here, right? We're just trying to give you a glimpse of who we are, what we're about, how we go about our trading. We're not trying to suggest anybody take those trades. And even if you are doing that, I think, not with us necessarily because we're not on enough, but if you're doing it with others, I really think you're just wasting your time because um, you're not going to get any confidence from it, and you know, it just isn't. It's not anything that can be repeated, right? We want to have a golf swing that we can repeat, a repeatable golf swing, a repeatable golf or trading methodology, right? And it may, and that's the thing, no individual robot is for sale. You get them all, but you gotta kind of pick and choose what you want to do, right? It's kind of like being a football coach. It isn't quarterback sneak, quarterback sneak, quarterback sneak. I mean, we can do some of that certainly and for short periods of time, but why work so hard, right? Sometimes, the market presents opportunities for you to throw a pass over the middle and pick up a whole bunch of yardage. And the other one's making the call on that. It's just that we're using technology in a big way to do what? To make damn sure that the market doesn't slap us in the face and, that we don't fumble the ball and give up, 100-yard return, right? So we're all about minimizing. We will have losses, but minimizing those losses and getting a positive profit factor. If you ask most of the people you're following, or most of the people online, ask them what a profit factor is. If they don't know, then you might as well just cancel your subscription because they're wasting your time. They're wasting their own and they're wasting yours. I don't like to waste my time. I'm here a lot because I want to be, but I'm not interested in wasting my time. That's the one thing, you can't buy or sell time. It is what it is. Can't make any more of it, so it's um and most of these folks that are, out there doing, whatever, they're doing what they're doing. But we're unique in that we're going to try to demystify the markets by showing you how we approach them, what we're doing, and you can accept that, modify that, add to that, use some of the same tools, adapt them, modify them, run them quicker, run them slower, to your own end. But you'll be the one making the shots. Why not? It's your bread. It's your time. It's a lot more fun to play your own game than follow some ass clown from Connecticut, who, went to Yale. Kidding. I think you probably know who. God, arrogant to boot. We're very humble. I am the most ignorant, um, would, yeah, I'll say ignorant. I am the most ignorant person in this market. Everybody knows more than me, especially that guy in Connecticut who went to Yale. I mean, how could I possibly be as smart as him? I'm not. I am absolutely not. So everything that is known in the marketplace is known by all those smarty pants. And I don't know anything. Not a thing. I need to be able to move left and right if they're going to run it. That's why they get caught with their pants down. They got everybody short in the hole back on October 30th. Do you remember that? Oh, yeah, the inflation number's going to come out and the inflation number's going to do this, and then the Fed's going to do that. And oh, man, they're going to be surprised and the market's going to crash and yada, yada, yada. Oops. Our systems and our members are listening now. It looked pretty bleak. It did on October 30th. And we had some early indications, but on October 30th, our Nicholas system went long. So did the hourlies. They went long. They're up tens of thousands of dollars. I tuned into some of those, those smarty pants just to hear. They're like, oh, well, the Fed lied and they lied about the CPI number. Wang, wang, wang. They lie all the time. That's why we do what we do. Back in the early 2000s, said to Susie, I'm like, these people lie, Susie. We know that. They lie on Wall Street. They lie on Madison Avenue. The companies lie. The politicians lie. They lie. And if they're holding stock options that pay off, do you think they care? They don't care. It's not about peg ratios and I mean, if you want to trade that, have at it, have fun, knock yourself out. Explain to me why gold isn't $10,000 an ounce. Explain to me why silver isn't. Explain to me why, Bitcoin is 30. I mean, there's no explaining any of it. Now, I'm not saying that you can't make money. We don't really care how high or how low these things go. We're going to buy and sell them and buy them, extract cash flow, collect at the moment these things dollars. If they change the denomination to dineros or something else, we'll collect those. And then we'll go buy something real and have real value. But having the ability to buy and sell and buy, and collect whatever it is they're using for a currency is a beautiful thing. And when you can do that, you have yourself a business. And if you can be collecting more of those things than you're expending each monthly, then you actually create some wealth, cash flow. Rich man, poor dad, the real estate guy. You know what the name of his business was? He still got it trademarked. Cash flow. That was the original real. And I didn't ever read his book, but I heard his wife interviewed. So that's what we're doing here. We're trading. When we go further out beyond a day, we're going to use options to define our risk. We just don't trade options deliberately intraday. So they're not as liquid as futures. We got to deal with the Greeks and rather not. But if we go out for a few weeks or a few months, sure. Do we have some put options on? Yes. Are we getting beat up a little bit? Yeah, a little bit, but we're not too concerned. We'll see where we are. We don't have the time to show you, but we have the markets, the VIX at very, very low levels. We have the markets at high levels at resistance. And then to top it off, we got the skew at high levels. Very, very dangerous combination. Don't light a match because it's about to go boom. About to light up the room. I'm not talking about a crash per se, but the next big trade will be to the dark side. It could come later today, the next 40 minutes. It might come tomorrow or actually Friday. Markets probably, futures will be open a little bit. It could come on Friday, could come early next week. The good thing is for us and for our members that have this tool on their tools on their desktop, when it comes, they will see it and they will act. If they want to not trade it so fine and want to just hit the broadside of the barn, we'll use options and define risk. If you are trading candles and trading red candle, green candle, if you are trading the money, I'm losing money, I better kill it, I'm making money, you're trading greed and fear, and you will lose. You will lose. They count on that, they bank on that, and you either got to get over that, or find something else, because that is death by Ruru. You won't you'll be playing you'll be playing on their terms, and they'll blow past you. Very unusual for us to still be here. We thought we'd try to see if we could sneak one across the finish line without bogeying the last shot. But we're going to be closing out here in a moment or two. We'll see if we can still, the market's just dead flat here. And we really try to be done by 3 o'clock, if not sooner. We're off the highs of the day. We were up as high as 4 grand. We're, give or take, be somewhere between probably 2,500 and 3 grand. We'll still see if we can squeeze something out. Markets will close at 4:15. They open back up, but we'll be out of here. We wish everyone a wonderful Thanksgiving, and give us a shout anytime. We'll see if we can. Oh, getting a little air pocket there. Okay, everyone, we are done. We're in off the high water mark of 4 grand with in it 2,600. Took a little bogey on the last hole. And we wish everyone a great Thanksgiving. We're gonna shut her down, take a break, and we wish everyone a great rest of the week. Probably be back a little bit, maybe on Friday, maybe. Be sure to follow on Twitter for free, follow on YouTube for free. And if you want a free scorecard, send us your email. And if you got questions, email, call, visit the site. Have a good one. Thanks.